Move. Come on, man. Oh, you're gonna need me to move if I get there. Okay, right there then. So this is what happened earlier. I don't know what even happened. I think this mama cat ate. I recorded it and uploaded an unlisted stream to the channel. That's why it took me so long. I was gonna go live at 11:30, but it was taking so long to upload it from that old ass phone. By the way, good morning, Ted, Golden Coin, and Northwest Media. All right, how you doing? There's Mama, who's the first one here. And I got out. I got the food out there at like 8 something. I was super late because I was installing the SSD card. I got a 4 terabyte SSD card. That was a That was a pain in the ass. The M2 is not going to be. I don't think the M2 is going to be as much of a pain in the ass as that SSD was because the cabling. You know what I mean? They're not even mounted. They're just in there, just hanging in there. Whatever. I unmounted the other one too and just have it hanging with it. So as you can see, Dom came and ate a pretty decent amount of food there. Huh? I actually ate a lot. Dom ate a lot. Ate all of the food from last night that I had put out. I saved it. That's that second bowl. So that would have went in the trash if I wouldn't have saved it. Said Dom ate almost all that one. The other one's of food I was trying for Simon. He didn't really like it. So he ate good. And then he came back and was like, nah, let's try this plate anyway. And wait, did something else was in there? I don't know. I was just, man, I didn't realize that Mama actually finished up the first 2 plates, or Dom finished up the first 2 plates completely this morning. Wow, that was a lot of food. That was a whole can here, and then this was like at least a third of a can of another food. Oh wait, no. Oh, never mind. That's not. That's not who finished it. Fluffy came and finished it. Fluffy came and finished those 2 off. I haven't watched that. I just kind of skimmed through it. You didn't want that one either. Hope something ate. Oh man. Oh. That's when Trident came. Trident came late today. Hopefully you got something to eat earlier. Oh man. She must have. She must have. Didn't eat hardly anything. We got a different view too. You see, I repositioned the camera so we can see further down to the right. now. Oh, look at that. That's Mama. Or Dama came and finished it, or ate a bunch of it. Almost all of it. That's definitely Dom there. So interesting. They waited till Trident had her fill before he polished it off. And I don't think anything else ate. Because it's the same as it does now. Yep, there it is. I really just recorded it so I could tell who ate, you know. Didn't see it as content. I just wanted to know who was going to eat while I wasn't watching. I couldn't watch it while I was fixing the computer. We are talking a bunch this morning. For being gone for 2 days, I thought y'all would be more talkative than this. I guess not. I guess absence does not make the heart grow fonder. It does the opposite. So is Tennessee going to get in and out?
Popular burger chains is moving its company headquarters out of the Golden State. In-N-Out Burger has announced plans to move to Tennessee. The company's decision to leave its Irvine, California location by 2029 after 30 years is raising questions about high taxes and strict regulations, as well as the business environment in California. 500 company employees work at the Irvine headquarters. In-N-Out will still have a location in Baldwin Park, California, which will be the West Coast base. The company will be opening a new headquarters in Franklin, Tennessee by 2026, which would oversee eastern United States operations. In addition, In-N-Out will open nearly 3 dozen restaurants in Tennessee.
Hey,
some of the 500 employees in Irvine will either move to Baldwin Park or be offered a chance to relocate to Tennessee.
Yeah, man.
The move to Franklin is a $125 million investment and is expected to lead to an additional 275 corporate jobs. The burger joint first opened in Baldwin Park in 1948.
Oh, it's going to make when I move back there much better.
The company headquarters was established in Irvine. In addition to California, it has restaurants in Arizona, Nevada, Colorado, Oregon, Utah, Idaho, New Mexico, Texas, and Washington. Lindsay Snyder, the granddaughter of founder Harry Snyder, said, quote, "The move brings our In-N-Out family back together in a way that helps us better serve our customers," end quote. Senate Republicans in California called the move sad but not surprising. They claim that California is not promoting entrepreneurship and bad policies are hurting the state. Other big-name companies such as Tesla, SpaceX, and Whole Foods have also moved their headquarters out of California in recent years to states where taxes are lower. The Tax Foundation ranks California 49th on its business tax climate list, behind only New Jersey. In addition, according to Newsweek, California has nearly 400,000 regulatory restrictions, making it one of the most regulated states in the country. For more unbiased updates, download the Straight Arrow News app.
Oh, by the way, if any of y'all saw the news where a bunch of Doge employees left, right? Probably saw that like 20-something Doge employees left, and you're thinking, "Oh man, that's crazy." It's actually not, because most news agencies are being They're being fucking little shit, dude. They're not telling the truth. They're not telling the full story.
And said staffers who resigned were, quote, Dem political holdovers who would have been fired anyway.
Are any of the news agencies saying that? One other one. I've seen one other one say that. On the contrary, Reuters wasn't even allowing people to comment. So people that knew that couldn't tell the Reuters viewers in the comment section that, hey, no, those are actually holdovers that they tried to implement into Doge. They weren't the people that he hired. They weren't the people that he handpicked. They were fucking holdovers, dude. They were Democrats. So you can hear that again.
End quote. Musk posted on his social media platform X that the story was fake news and said staffers who resigned were, quote, Dem political holdovers who would have been fired anyway.
100,000,000% fake news, dude. And the people of America are eating it up, dude. They're eating it up. They're like, yeah, you can't even keep his. No, those weren't his employees. 99% of the news is acting like it is, man. Bro, it's so fucked up because I bet that it's going to get some people to start going, wow, they quit, man. I didn't even know they had that many employees. Wow, they quit because they didn't. What did they find out? Oh my gosh. No, they were Democrats. Of course they fucking quit because it was either going to be that or get fired probably. Because they're not used to working. Yeah, they should have put it in the fucking description. It doesn't have anywhere in here that there are government holdovers. I have a comment on. Mm-hmm. So there's that. There's that because I'm thinking it'll get people to start thinking twice about it. Oh man, maybe I was wrong about Elon Musk. Maybe he's a bad man. Can't even hold on to his employees. Stop. Stop. I fucking can't stand her clawing my chair up, dude. She thinks it's cute or something. Oh. What's up, Vettel? What's up, Vettel? Oh, did you see this other thing? Hold up. Where is it?
And the word racist appears for a split second when typing Trump using text-to-speech on Apple devices. I saw this earlier. We're going to go ahead. We're going to look at it. We're going to see if this happens. No, it doesn't. Yeah, I don't have an iPhone. Why don't you guys that are Apple phones users try this?
So if you do voice note to text and you say racist, racist, racist.
I'm gonna be real, like, even looking at it, this is so crazy. I don't even believe it, because like this is nuts. I literally just did this. It works. It does work. Are there any other examples?
Apple says it is addressing the issue as iPhone's voice-to-text feature periodically shows Trump when user says racist.
Apple's iPhones. Wait, what? This is actually real? Oh my god.
Racist.
Tim Apple really fucked up this time.
Racist.
Like, if Apple
That's
didn't address
crazy,
this,
dude.
I would not be willing to say that this is real. But Apple addressed it.
How come nothing like this happened to Biden?
And said Tuesday that the company is addressing the issue. This is crazy. It is a crazy thing to have happen. Totally fair to be skeptical about this. The bug also affects other words start with R. Bullshit. So if the bug is with R, then you could also say rainbow and Trump would show up naturally, right? So why is it that the only R word that shows up with Trump is racist? It's probably a rogue engineer sneaked it in. I think that's probably exactly what happened. I don't even think this is something that Apple did on their own, because I think that Apple would not do this. It's not like Tim Apple comes into the development studio and they say, make it to where when you say racist, it autofills as Trump. But I think that there probably was some developer or some person who thought that it would be funny to do this, and they did it. And I think that I think it's ridiculous. It's a it's a rogue employee. Exactly.
I thought that was pretty crazy. My damn Discord's dead as shit. I said good morning to everybody. I sent in everyone, good morning. How's your day going? No responses. 0 responses. Almost 900 people on Discord. Not even a going all right. Nothing. Not even a good morning. Yep. It really made me think, hey man, I should go live for the community because they really miss me.
In an operation first reported on Fox, Homeland Security and Texas agents arresting roughly 90 illegal migrants just outside of Houston. Borders our Tom Homan joining the bust and says this was just phase 1 of the operation.
This isn't what the fuck I joined this for.
Cracking down on
Not
this
here.
By a blast from
There
a
it is.
suspected cartel IED.
Damn it. Fuck you, news. What the hell, dude? This is what I want to see. It's a minute and 13 fucking second long news story. I'm thinking a minute long and 13 seconds. It's probably going to be all about what I want to see, right? No, it's not. Fucking less than half of it is what I want to see. You see the bar right there? That's some dumb shit. Why? What the fuck? It's already only a minute long, dude.
The was working on
make it 30 seconds.
The U.S.-Mexico border.
You couldn't make this a little longer?
The explosive device just south of Brownsville, causing it to detonate. The victim's son, who is an Army veteran, says, quote, "I consider this a terrorist attack because if I went to war to fight terrorists and I'm seeing the same thing here, to me, my personal opinion, it is a terrorist attack." Meanwhile, the Texas Agriculture Commissioner urging everyone who works near or across the border to use extreme caution and avoid cartel-controlled areas.
I mean, that's how they, like, the news stations waste your time fucking 1 minute, 30 seconds at a time, whatever, by doing that type of shit. By making you watch an extra minute of news.
So the problem that South Africans
you didn't even
have
want to
right now is
learn
that
about it, or that you might even already know about.
White people are inferior species to us. We are Homo sapiens. They've got Neanderthal blood in them. This is the science, and this is not science that was done by black people. It was done by
motherfucking idiot's beard is inferior. What are you talking about? What is this shit? What is he got going on in his face, dude? What is that?
Ratio determines
embarrassment. Why even fucking try anything? The fuck is this? Is that hair? Do you think that shit is hot to females or something? Do women like that? Because I've gotten to the point where I just don't give a fuck. I mean, I'm not trying. This dude's on a podcast and shit. Probably, I don't know, 1,000 people watching. I don't know what the fuck's he got going on. I ain't got that like that. I'm fucking some idiot out here with 2 people here.
How well a woman is able to give birth. And you know, we've got the highest waist to hip ratio in the world. You know what I mean? Women have got small waists and really big hips or big bums or whatever the case may be. White women cannot carry births the same way black women can.
Hey guys, my name is Muddy and you are welcome to Muddy Speaks. Honestly, some people do not deserve to have a platform. And I honestly think that the owner of the YouTube channel, whose video we are going to be discussing today, is one of those people who do not deserve to have a platform because they do not care about the dangers of hate speech or the dangers of fanning the flames of racism against a group of people. People like this podcast host are more than willing to allow their guests to spread horrible ideas as long as it will bring their channel a few clicks and get more money into their pockets. Guys, South Africa is heading for destruction if nothing is done about the blatant racism and hate speech we keep seeing being perpetrated by the so-called black activists and black politicians. Just the other day, I saw a video of Julius Malema threatening to exterminate white people in South Africa, blatantly and publicly making shooting gestures and gun sounds, implying that he would unalive white South African farmers.
But we are starting with this whiteness. We are cutting the throat of whiteness.
Shoot to kill. Hamaza. Kill the poor. The farmer. Kill the poor. The farmer. Brr, pa. Pa. Brr, pa. Pa.
And I keep seeing similar videos coming from other South African politicians.
Do we give South Africa money? How much money do USA give to South foreign assistance by country? South Africa. 440 million in 2023. What was it in October? Dang. Why do we give so much money to... We're the biggest funder South Africa, followed by France. Oh, crazy. Giving a like. Oh yeah, we got HIV and AIDS. Man, can we just let them die out there? I'm not even playing, dude.
To the ANC
like, can we let them do them? If they want to fuck around and fucking get AIDS, is it our problem, man? What the fuck, dude? Is it our fucking problem?
Killed by the taxi industry, we get 5 white people for every 1 black person.
What?
Political party.
For each 1 person that is being killed by the taxi industry, we get 5
what?
white people that is being killed by the taxi industry. We get
What is he saying?
for each 1 person that is being killed by the taxi industry, we get 5 white people for every 1 black person. You kill 5 white people. You kill 1 of us, we'll kill 5 of you. We'll kill the children, we'll kill the women, we'll kill anything that we find on our way. They kill 1 of us, we kill how many? They kill 1 of us, we kill how many? They kill 1 of us, we kill how many whites? We kill the children, we kill the women.
This is
We kill
real.
their dogs, we kill their
The
cats.
stadium has like
Anything that comes
packed
They
in
make
there.
these statements with no filters, no mincing words, okay? They say it with great confidence and they suffer no repercussions. These South African politicians are mainly using white people as scapegoats, okay? They demonize them
Imagine
in order to
being
gather the
white there.
support and the votes of the black South Africans. Now,
go.
aside from these evil politicians who are using white people to advance their political ambitions, we are also seeing a growing number of regular South Africans being extremely racist and voicing their most racist ideologies in the most brazen ways possible. One of these racist individuals is this horrible human being by the name of Nato Baloyi, who went on this YouTube podcast called the Hustlers Corner Podcast, where he spewed a lot of hatefulness against white South Africans and white people in general. Now, before I show you this video, I just want to express my shame for YouTube. I am ashamed of the people who run this platform called YouTube. I know that freedom of speech is important. I'm a big advocate for free speech. But when people cross the line into saying very hateful and racist things about people from other race, then something needs to be done about it. Now, this channel posted this video 8 days ago, yet despite how racist and hateful it was towards white people, this platform monetized this video and still allowed it to be up and running even up till now. But this platform will not hesitate to censor and demonetize my videos if I so much as call out this type of evil. Shame on YT, okay? Shame on you. Also, shame on the owner of this YouTube podcast channel. Shame on the hosts of this Hustlers Corner podcast for allowing this hateful person to spew such hatefulness against white people without correcting his erroneous narrative or shunning him from making racist remarks against a group of people. Shame on you, DJ Sboo. Let me quickly show you this video anyway.
So the problem that South Africans have right now is that we don't understand white people. White people are inferior species to us. We are Homo sapiens. They've got Neanderthal blood in them. This is the science, and this is not science that was done by black people, it was done by them.
Black people are Homo sapiens and white people are Neanderthals. Wow. Now, what he even says afterwards is gonna shock you, but just before we move on, just ask yourself this. Why is DJ Sboo, the host of this channel, saying nothing in response to this very wild claim? For example, I was expecting him to say, hold your horses, bro, please. We don't condone or tolerate hate speech or racist remarks on this channel. Do you have any substantial evidence to back up this controversial claim? I was expecting him to say something along these lines, but yet he did not. Instead, he just sat there and watched him spew this nonsense. Maybe because he's not intelligent enough to challenge this guest's racist remark, or because he agrees with him, or maybe because he is more interested in the subscribers and the views this outrageous video would get him on his platform. But let's continue.
The science, and this is not science that was done by black people, it was done by them. You understand? About Clive W. Lewis, they were eugenicists. They studied this and they realized that they're inferior to blacks.
Margaret Sanger from the US.
Well, I mean, she was more about controlling the birth of blacks.
Bill Gates.
Yeah. But the reason why they did
eugenics,
that... Eugenics. Right? And again, I want to explain this so that people don't think that, you know, I'm being racist by saying whites are inferior genetically. We've got different categories of evolution of apes. You know what I mean? If we are all apes, we are at the echelon of that. Whites are a step below because they've also got Neanderthal DNA. You know what I mean? Which is a previous ancestor of ours.
First of all, as a Christian, I don't believe in evolution. I don't believe that human beings evolved. I believe that human beings were all created by God in his own image. I mean,
we definitely evolved. Lady. Christians don't believe that we evolved. So what do they don't believe that those artifacts or bones and stuff, they don't think those are real? Or what? They just think that there was a whole other multitude of species of homos before us, before Homo sapiens, that weren't talked about in the Bible. Or were the bones put here by the devil? I think I heard somebody say that sometime. Oh, dinosaurs. Those bones are put here by the devil to trick us.
You ever seen a fish evolve into so-called tetrapods? Why do we still have fishes today? Why haven't they all turned into tetrapods? And same can be...
What? Is she serious right now? Oh, come on, Marty. Because some species change, like, because there's so many of them. This one changes a little bit, but these don't. But these two that change, they end up mating, and then they make another one that has that same change. But those other ones that didn't change, they have to mate with someone else, another one that's got the change, for the change to take effect, and more. And eventually they just kind of like went their own ways. They didn't mate with each other anymore because they were different. They didn't want to, I guess. I don't know. But they're still crossbreeding with their interspecies breeding still, though. Like a Neanderthal can have sex with a Homo sapien, and that actually happened. So, I don't know. Christians are something else with that shit.
Said for any other living creature. I don't believe in evolution. Now, speaking of eugenics, we all know how scientifically flawed and incorrect that concept is.
Evolution exists, dude. And if you don't believe in evolution, you're retarded.
Math because of their gene, or that all black people are born with rhythm, or that all Jews are good with money simply because of their...
If you think God looks like us, you're even more retarded. Yeah, unless it's an alien and it looks just like us, but then, okay, that makes sense. But some fucking floating man in the sky that looks like us? I'm so fucking out of here. We look more like monkeys. Does he look like a monkey?
Genetic makeup. Now, nothing can be more ridiculous than that ideology. Because what do you say about the Asians that don't, do good in maths? Or poor Jewish people? Or black people like me who cannot dance?
So fucking weird. 99% of our DNA, some crazy high number, is a fucking monkey DNA, dude. Ape DNA or something. Such a high percentage. So you're saying God's also 90-something% monkey? Why aren't monkeys smarter? The 100% monkeys. And what if we were only 50% monkey? Would we be even smarter then? If we were 50% alien instead of only like 3% or whatever the fuck we are? By the way, Asians are the closest to God. They're the closest to being to his image. What's interesting is they're the only group of people, well, their religion, Buddhism, is the only one where they reach enlightenment here on Earth. If they do enough, they can attain like nirvana by meditating hard. You can go into DMT realm. I don't know if white people are doing that, but Asians seem to have a knack for it. I think they were the last alien experiment before they left. They were the closest they could get to being them. That's why the Asians look so weird. So different. You know what I mean? They're more alien. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. They're the smartest, they live the longest, they have the biggest brains. It all makes sense. And they don't believe in some fucking magic fairy man that made everything. Which makes more sense too.
The truth is that a lot of factors contribute to how people from different backgrounds develop. You have environmental factors,
multiple people made
economic
Earth.
factors, cultural factors, and social factors, standard of living.
They left their planet to come here. Their planet was destroyed.
That can make them develop the way they do. Despite that, though, the theory of eugenics hold white people as the best. So I don't even know why he brought eugenics into the discussion. The fact that this guy is referencing eugenics, knowing full well what that ideology did to the Jews in Germany, how the H guy weaponized it to exterminate innocent Jews and disabled people. The fact that many black people in the past were also dehumanized by the same ideology he just mentioned is just plain crazy to me. He mentioned some scientifically unsupported studies that claims that white people have 2% Neanderthal DNA in them. So therefore, they are all Neanderthals. Well, how about the recent studies that claims that black people in fact have Neanderthal DNA in them? Doesn't that make us all Neanderthals too? But wait for it, you haven't even heard the other things he had to say.
Yes. Yeah. So the waist to hip ratio determines how well a woman is able to give birth. And you know, we've got the highest waist to hip ratio in the world. You know what I mean? Women have got small waists and really big hips or big bums or whatever the case may be. White women cannot carry births the same way black women can. They're inferior in that way. Why is it inferior? Because, you know, God said Zalana Nand. Right? So if you're not making babies, your nation is going to get smaller. The white population is shrinking and shrinking and shrinking and shrinking.
Oh my goodness. He just keeps going. Apparently, white women can't make babies because they don't have humongous big butts. This guy wants you to believe that the reason the white population in South Africa is dwindling is because their women don't have large waists. How nonsensical and what an utterly foolish rhetoric. The truth is that there are millions of white women with small waists and big hips, okay? Just the same way there are millions of black women with small or flat bums. There are millions of fat, white, Asian, black women, etc. There are also millions of women from every race who are tall, who are thin, who are beautiful, who are ugly, large-breasted, small-breasted, big-bellied, flat-bellied, etc. You can find every variety of people in every race. Saying that white men can't bear kids because of their waist size is a big generalization because multitude of white women don't have small hips. And that statement is also very racist. The fact that the white population in South Africa keeps going down, okay, is because South Africa as a country is very hostile to the white citizens in every way you can think of, okay? So most of these white people end up migrating to other parts of the world that are more welcoming to them. Just like we are seeing with the current situation where white farmers are being forced out of their lands and homes, the government in South Africa is taking away their sources of livelihood. White South Africans are being demonized, judged more harshly than their black counterparts in cases of cultural and social issues. These white South Africans eventually get fed up with the injustice being dealt out to them, and then they leave South Africa and immigrate into other, parts of the world that are more favorable to them. Again, white people, unlike many black people in Africa, take the issue of raising children very seriously, okay? They consider thoroughly their ability to provide and cater for these children before going on to have them. So in most cases, they have very few number of children because they want to be able to provide effectively for those kids, both educationally, emotionally, financially, and otherwise, so that those kids can become quality figures in the society. Also, most of them choose not to have any at all. Maybe because they cannot raise them effectively, or because they do not want to bring forth innocent children into a society that would curse and demonize them just for existing, okay?
Yeah, but in Africa, they try to have as many kids as possible so that America sends them more money. So that Whitey sends them more money. The more kids they have, the more money they get. That's how that works. It's like Gaza. People know that Gaza is full of kids, so the heartstrings get pulled on, and we end up sending all kinds of humanitarian aid to them. Because the children... That's why they have these kids so that they can use us, dude. Kids running the streets and shit. Not watching them. They can't even hardly feed them.
Okay? Most of them choose not to at all. It is their choice. Unfortunately,
Whitey makes the world go round.
some of them also tend to prioritize their career above settling down and having a family. And this will eventually hurt.
If it weren't for Whitey, we'd all be living in fucking huts still, probably. Actually. I mean, look at the black societies and look at the white societies. Look at Mexican societies. They were living in adobo huts and shit, weren't they? Who was the race that started building buildings with like machinery, like nails and bricks? And did any other race start that before white people? I really want to know that. Let's find out right now. What was modern? According to most architectural historians, the first race to build a modern house and generally attributed to Austrian architect who designed the Schindler House in 1922. Okay, hold up. We need to go back further. So I'm just going to put house. First race to build a house, meaning the earliest human answer to construct a no, not a shelter. That's not what I'm talking about. How do I word this, dude? How do I word this? I mean, a shelter is a shelter. A shelter could be a mud hut. I want house. They don't want us knowing, dude. What was the first? Build a house with plumbing. Greeks. Around 1700 to 1500 BC, ancient engineers on the Greek island of Crete created a drainage system by using the land's steep grade. Are Greeks considered white? I don't know. Let's see. Are Greeks Caucasian? The term Caucasian generally includes people of European origin, which Greeks are. So, it seems the idea that ancient Greeks were white was created by classics, and this be dismantled. The Mediterranean race was an obsolete racial classification that was considered a sub-race of Caucasian. The term Caucasus Greeks refers to Greeks who settled in the former Russian. No. I think we get the point here. The wow. You know what? Egyptians aren't even black. They're in Africa. It says right here, it is in fact a not uncommon belief that Egypt was part of Black Africa. But as far as physical appearance goes, this is not true. Thousands of sculpted and painted representations from Egypt and hundreds of well-preserved bodies from its cemeteries showed that the typical physical type was neither Negroid nor Negro. So there you go. Even the Egyptians weren't black. I bet you were like, oh, the Egyptians are building all kinds of stuff. They weren't even black, dude. Black people aren't known for fucking doing shit without us, dude. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If she would have continued on the track that her ancestors were on, she wouldn't be here right now telling us shit. White people helped this happen. They facilitated her to be in this position, and she knows it. She knows it. But her people are whack. They're like, most of them, especially in Africa, are a little fucked in the head.
Their population, but I just want to make you understand that wide hips and big bumps are not the reason for the population decline of white South Africans, despite what this horrible man wants you to believe. Now, when you take into consideration the fact that some black South Africans give birth to more kids than they can adequately take care of, when you take into consideration the abortion rates and the teenage pregnancy rates of black South Africans, when you take into consideration the fact that, you know, South African men...
Dude, when did she get this light over here? I'm just noticing that she's got a fog light over here changing colors. I used to have that. I like how she's talking about how they're having too many kids, though.
When you take into consideration the abortion rates and the teenage pregnancy rates of black South Africans, when you take into consideration the fact that, you know, South African men are knocking up their women and refusing to marry them, when you consider the fact that poor families, poor black South African families are making up to 7 babies with no intention of giving them adequate training, then you might understand why that...
Yeah, and it's not just South Africa. We looked into it before. All the African nations are having too many fucking kids. And back in the day, they needed to do that because they were barely surviving birth. They're barely surviving the first year. Then we come in with all our humanitarian aid, make sure they all survive, make sure they all grow up, and now we gotta fucking feed them. And then they just keep having more. They used to need to have more because so many would die. They need to knock it the fuck off, dude. They're having too many kids.
That black population is as high as it is.
When you look at the white population shrinking and shrinking and shrinking, for us it makes no sense to descend into the savagery that they have.
Do you see what's... I've talked about this before on stream, dude. We're funding our demise and their prosperity. By funding their prosperity, it's causing our demise. Can't we stop, man? And they're looking at us like we deserve it. He's acting like we deserve this shit to happen to us. If we pulled our humanitarian aid out of their fucking AIDS-ridden fucking country, their kids wouldn't be surviving anymore, would they?
Whatever land that they're holding on to, either way, their numbers are dwindling. Whatever leadership that they had is dying out.
This motherfucker, our numbers are dwindling. It makes me want to punch his ass, dude. He's talking about his numbers are fucking dwindling. The only reason our numbers are dwindling and his aren't is because we're saving their ass. If we weren't there, of course, their numbers would be going down and ours would probably be going up. If we didn't send any money to Africa at all, we could start paying our bills probably. No, instead we're paying their bills. And they're fucking throwing it in our face.
Out as well. And you know about wealth disappearing after the 3rd generation that it's passed down to, you know. So they're on the last generation. We're dealing with the weakest whites that the world has ever seen. You know, so we expect to have Ubuntu, humanity. Unfortunately, by the strictest definition of what a human being is, white people are just below human beings. You are negotiating with an animal, a wild dog that you're trying to train to be tamed, to be upopi.
Dude, I was on a date with a Jamaican. I was on our way to her house, jogging a little bit, trying to get on a bus, and I told her I was starting to sweat. And she had never been with a white dude, and she said something about, "Oh no, maybe you shouldn't come out." Then you started to sweat. I'm like, "Well, we don't know." Like, well, you're getting all stinky. What? Stinky? Like, I heard white people smell like wet dogs when they sweat. I still went over to her house, dude. Can you believe? I used to be desperate as fuck, man.
Guards your house. You can never do that. So we're expecting Ubuntu from them. We're like, you stole our land, you butchered our people and everything else, and we just want justice. We're not out for your blood. We're not chopping off your heads. We're not doing anything. Why don't you guys understand that? Why don't you guys have Ubuntu? Why don't you guys have a heart? They don't, because they're incapable of that. You cannot expect the same behavior of a human being that you're expecting of a dog. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
wow.
If a dog chews up your couch, you're not going to beat your dog because he chewed up your couch. You know what I mean? You're going to be like, damn, why didn't I lock the dog somewhere where it can't chew up the couch?
Listen to that blatant hate speech and racism. Yet, this podcast host did nothing. He said nothing. He just sat there.
How is that on YouTube? How the fuck is that on YouTube, man? She said it's still on YouTube, dude. That video that she's showing us. Can you imagine if a white person came on here and said all that shit about black people? You think it would stay up?
To gather more.
She mentioned that earlier. Like, I don't think so. I didn't know it was gonna he was gonna get into all that though.
Views and more subscribers to make more money. White people are inferior. They are Neanderthals, okay? They are subhuman. They are dogs. You and I know that no white person can ever say half the things that this guy have ever said about.
Right when she said the dogs thing, her dog started barking. Does she have white people living with her?
They are Neanderthals, okay? They are subhuman. They are dogs. You and I know that no white person can ever say half the things that this guy have ever said.
I think she did that on purpose. I wonder, dude, because she cut right there. I wonder if she went and told her relative, get the dogs to bark right now. Right when I start talking, get the dogs to bark. That was cute. I think she had to, dude.
Said about black people and still have a platform on this app. It is impossible, okay? In fact, if a white South African utters even 3% of what this guy has said, but towards, black people, the so-called South African Human Rights Commission would have had them arrested and made them accountable for their actions. This guy have been reported to the South African Human Rights Commission by so many South Africans, okay? I have seen many people say that they have reported him, but yet the South African Human Rights Commission have turned a blind eye to this blatant display of racism against white South Africans. It is a two-tier justice system on full display. The guy is still roaming free and even saying more inflammatory things, because I saw a video posted some hours ago by the same podcast where he still came back to even spew more and more hate. But I just want to address his statement of white people being inferior and subhuman and dogs and Neanderthals, okay? Now, white people are so inferior that they had to make him a black superior Homo sapien to speak their language, okay? They are so inferior that without them providing this com with microphone and a smartphone and a social media platform, he won't even be able to spew this rubbish for the world to see. White people are so inferior, yet every piece of technology he uses, every gadget he touches, the buildings and roads in his community in South Africa, the clothing, the cars he rides, the electricity he consumes, okay, the food he eats are being produced by white farmers. These inferior subhuman Neanderthal dogs.
A lot of those things were invented by white people. There's that. Don't forget about that part. So if there weren't for us inventing it, it might not be here either. So, I mean, black people have invented some stuff too, but just not as much.
Travel to the.
It has to do with a lot of things. I mean,
moon 50 years ago, launched satellites in space, built aircrafts that travel by air, ships and submarines that move by water, constructed roads, constructed tall skyscrapers when superior Homo sapiens lived in huts. He even had to quote God in a book that was supposedly written by same inferior Neanderthals, and a religion that was introduced by same inferior Neanderthals. Tell me you are just a weak and hungry looking asshole who wants to put down others to elevate himself, without telling me you are just a weak and hungry looking asshole who wants to put down others to elevate himself. And I was surprised to see many comments in the comment section supporting this evil entity and cheering him on. Now, to those fools supporting him, you guys are just embarrassing yourselves. You are just setting yourselves up for ridicule. Because when you call white people Neanderthals, meaning that they are human species with poorly developed brain, okay? And you call them inferior, subhuman, claiming that you are superior to them, I hope you have proof. I hope you have something to show for it. When you are told to name 10 incredible, inventions that came out of Africa in the last 50 years, I hope you can do that. When you are told to mention like 5 countries in Africa that are completely developed and are on the same level with many white countries, I hope you can do that, okay? You guys are just waking up the sleeping lion. Every race is sitting quiet, but trust a random black idiot to come up and start claiming to be superior at everything, knowing full well that when we really get down to it, the world is where it is today because of a particular group of people. And that particular group of people is not black people. And this doesn't mean that there aren't black geniuses and black inventors. Of course there are many, but please allow the sleeping dogs lie. Now let's look at what he said here before we round up.
So us as black people, we need to now start being smarter. We need to start understanding what we are dealing with, because we're not dealing with a who, we're dealing with a what. You understand? And when we deal with this what of savages, because that's their history. Everywhere in the world, white people have gone and progressed. They've progressed.
What the fuck, this guy, motherfucker? We're the savages. We're the savages. Before we came to Africa, all the tribes were killing each other. They were eating each other. White people weren't doing that shit. We're the savages now. This guy's got a following. Other people believe like him, dude. There are Americans that believe like this guy.
Because of savagery. They've killed people. They've decimated populations everywhere, around the entire globe. There's not a place where the sun shines that white people have not decimated.
It needed to be done to be where we're at today, though. Shit has to happen. People had to die, apparently. They didn't want to change. The world needed to grow, man. And those people weren't with it, apparently.
To the people in the world. You go to Australia, they decimated the natives. You go to America, they removed the natives completely to a small minority. Even there's more African Americans than Native Americans. That's the whole entire point.
He seemed
it is fucked up what we did to the Native Americans. But what were we supposed to do? What, like, it's like how Russia is taking over Ukraine. Is the world just set now? Are we not supposed to do anything? Nobody can move anything now. It's set. These imaginary lines are drawn. This belongs to these people. This belongs to these people, and that's it. Leave it alone. That's not how this shit works, man. We are all savages, not just white people. We're all savages, dude. Everybody on the planet, if shit hit the fan, if all of a sudden we had a nuclear holocaust and it was survival of the fittest, Mad Max, savage time. We'd all revert back to that shit. It wouldn't be no more, would you like some sugar? Oh, what are you doing? No. You know what I mean? Everybody would be fucking scared of each other and willing to kill each other. Except for the devout Christians, they'd be throwing themselves to die to try to go to heaven or something.
Used to think that the black race or the aboriginal race of Native Americans or the aborigines of Australia were a peaceful race before they were conquered. This shows that this man has a poor knowledge of
They
history.
weren't.
No single race is innocent. No single race is guiltless as far as violence, killings, conquest,
exactly.
and destruction,
We're all savages.
overtaking lands is involved. Tribes conquered tribes to form nations, starting from the days of Adam. If Africans or Native Americans or Native Australians had the resources, the power, the intelligence to overthrow those white nations, they would have done it. If they had the resources and the intelligence to make nuclear power, they will make it. My country, Nigeria, imports all their firearms from the US in this current 2025. The ammunitions and the firearms that was used to unalive millions of Igbos during the Nigerian Civil War were all imported. The reason they don't have these weapons is not because they cannot bear to destroy and unalive people in towns and villages. Rather, it is because they do not have the financial and intellectual capacity to do so. If they had the power and the resources to colonize white people, they would have done it. Okay? This video is already too long, so I don't want to make it any longer. I decided to bring this issue to your attention with hope that you guys can look into this issue. You can report these guys, to the South African Human Rights Commission. I know they are turning a blind eye to it, but still report him anyway. This is a brazen display of racism against white people. And if you don't see it that way, then maybe you are part of the problem. As always, guys, these are my thoughts, these are my opinions, but feel free to share yours in the comment section below.
Dude,
but
she still live in Nigeria?
Also, if you're not yet subscribed to the channel, honestly, I don't know what you're waiting for. Subscribe to the channel, like and share this video to keep people informed, and consider joining my membership or buying me a coffee if you like, as a way of supporting the channel. Thank you for watching this video, and I hope to catch you on the next one. For now, peace.
Oh, no music. Tommy just took a piss in the flower bushes across the street. Oh. I asked her, I said, thanks for showing this. I asked, are you still in Nigeria? Or she'll respond. I want to know. Life expensive albino? Utah set to become first state to ban fluoride in drinking water. Taiwan scrambles forces as China stages provocative live fire war. Oh, did you hear, guys? They're saying vaping is actually more dangerous than smoking cigarettes now.
Why is there complete silence on the other side of the aisle about looking at the complete grifter that is the president of the United States and the richest man on the earth, which is looking into things like Social Security and different things like that?
Would you like to revise your remarks with respect to improperly identifying the President of the United States?
I'll say President Musk and grifter and cheap Trump.
All right, we're going to let Chair recognize Mr. Frost. You still have 3:49. You're going to maybe revise the disparaging comment about the president because that's supposed to be our decorum here. And
it is supposed to be. President Musk and the President of the United States, Donald Trump, who is engaged in grifting of the American people, often use their public offices to enrich themselves. Someone on the other side was just asking, how would you feel if you called someone else from the
Hold off, Mr. Frost. Hold off. There's a pending motion for disparaging the president.
I can say that Trump is grifting. What I will withdraw is calling him grifter in chief. That is what I will
withdraw. The chair sustains the point of order, and the words in question are ordered stricken from the transcript of this proceeding.
I want to say it's despicable that this committee is going to silence me for bringing
The gentleman's words have been taken down. He is not permitted to
Frost.
speak for the rest of the hearing.
Making millions of dollars.
Mr. Ranking Member, I'm going to have the Sergeant at Arms remove him if he doesn't refrain.
Oh, you know the Dems are going to love that shit. They're going to like, that's our guy. I love it. Give it to him. Yeah, give it to him. The thing is, we're winning. Bitches, you're losing. That didn't do anything. All it did is make him look like an idiot. Because they ain't changing shit. We're full steam ahead, baby. Shoot, shoot. Hey, man, tax break the rich. I don't care. Tax break them all you want. They know what they're doing.
MSNBC finally rid themselves of Joy Reid. I guess this means they're ready to turn the page and move on from Clown World. It looks like they've hired a new host for a weekend roundtable show. Let's check him out. Oh. What? Oh my. So MSNBC is turning the page and going deeper into Clown World. This guy's name is Eugene Daniels. I can only imagine what kind of zany political views he's going to bring to the table. Does MSNBC think this is the guy to bring in to speak on what a large chunk of Americans are thinking? Let's take a look at some video and see what Eugene is all about.
He has a hard time running against Vice President Harris because she's a black woman. You remember, actually, when he would tussle with the women that would ask him questions, our colleagues on the White House beat. Reporters.
Why is she wearing a tie? He looks like a lesbian. What the fuck is going on, man? MSNBC is going to go out of business in the next couple of years, aren't they? Do the viewers actually like this shit?
Would ask him questions, our colleagues on the White House beat. Reporters. You know, he held his kind of most angry self for black women, right?
I heard
if they asked him a question.
50% down. Their views are 50% down of what they were pre-election. Only after 1 month later, they were down that much. That's what I heard. Months later, so it was fast though. Oh, really? In and out. Yeah, man. Are you behind on the stream there?
Would ask him questions, our colleagues on the White House beat. Reporters. You know, he held his kind of most angry self for black women, right? If they asked him a question, he would have the worst things to say about them. When he talked about Joe Biden got worse, Harris was born like that, right? That's different. That's a dog whistle to folks to say, you know, the white guy just got older and it got worse, but the black lady was born dumb. That is the kind of thing that Donald Trump is saying and selling to folks.
I get to cover the White House. I get to walk into the White House. I have a little badge, it beeps. No, Secret Service lets me walk right in. I think that and bringing my family with me on that, the ancestors with me when I go into that space is something Because we all know that the White House was built by slaves.
Madam Vice President, I want to move to Springfield, Ohio, and what's happening there. Racist conspiracy
It wasn't built by gay
theories
slaves,
that I
so.
won't repeat here, but they have been repeated by leaders on the Republican side. From your perspective, is this just a case of irredeemable racism that can't be mitigated by any rational action, or is this a situation in which a federal response could help this community heal?
It's a crying shame. I mean, my heart breaks for this community.
Talking to Black women in my family all around the country since she was announced is them seeing themselves in that, even to when she said, "We've made it," right? Talking about not just herself being a Supreme Court justice, but all of the Black girls who see that. There will be Black girls born this year who will see a Black woman on the Supreme Court for the first time.
There will be Black boys.
I'm going to let everybody know right now, I've never, when I was a kid, gave any shits as to who the Supreme Court judges were. Did you? I didn't even know what the fucking Supreme Court was probably until I was an adult. I don't even remember. Supreme Court. Like, I knew it was the highest court, but like I didn't understand like how those judges got into their jobs. I didn't know that they had to get... like a president had to actually point his finger at them, and then they had to get approved. I didn't know any of that. Like, kids don't care, man. What the fuck are you talking about? Yo, a kid's gonna see that there's a Black Supreme Court judge. Now, all of a sudden, they're gonna like think that they can be a lawyer. They don't know that they can be a lawyer already. We've had a Black president, man.
Who will say that could be my mother, exactly. That could be my wife.
Wow.
It's kind of counterintuitive that they would fire the race lady and replace her with a guy who views a lot of things through the prism of race. But that's MSNBC for you, and we'll see how far Eugene can take this gig. What this roundtable show will need is their own Scott Jennings that can take on the inevitable lefties stacked at the table. But will the new president of MSNBC allow it?
What is he saying? Put a righty in there with them? That'll never happen. Dude, they're the left. That would get them views, though. If they had some back and forths, if they had more right-wing people in there instead of an echo chamber, hell, more right-wing people would watch their show. Right as it sits, you have to really want to laugh at the whole thing as to watch it as a right-wing person. If you watch MSNBC, it's to just make fun of that shit. But they could make it different. They could make it so we're watching it so that we're like, we have somebody there that we can root for. Hey, that's my guy. Yeah, you tell her. You tell her. That's not, and then she'll tell her what she thinks, and he'll tell like, dude, they fucked up with that one. Yeah, maybe he's right though. Maybe they'll have like a right-wing person on the panel with them, and I don't think they ever did that in the past with Joy Behar, did they? Oh, look at this. We're from Costco
we haven't
news.
Changed our DEI at all? No. We think of this as not so much for the social good, although I think it is. We think of this as part of a meritocracy. If we attract a broader talent pool and we work with them all individually, given their different backgrounds, to be the best professionals they can be, we have a better employee base to choose from.
How scared are you that the fact that you then have this program and you're willing to come talk about it on TV, that your company's not going to be targeted by this administration in some way?
It's unwanted attention and it brings unnecessary risk, absolutely. But at the same time, it's core to our values.
Costco is now facing a lawsuit from 19 state attorney generals. Those states accuse Costco of unlawful discrimination.
They have all signed a joint letter of demand against the retail giant. It gives Costco 30 days to repeal their DEI practices or give a reason why they're maintaining them.
I'm a shareholder. They're nuts if they think I want them fighting the federal government on policy. You don't fight the attorney general in multiple states. You've got to be out of your mind. Yeah. That's bad for business.
Oh, this is
Hire
awesome.
for merit and advance people that deserve it, and you will find every race, color, gender, everybody will come to the fore.
The retailer has dished out massive bonuses for achieving diversity and environmental goals, with top executives raking in a total of $217,000.
There are now financial incentives.
So
the
fact
that
certain
people are getting
bonuses for gender, everybody will come to the fore.
The retailer has.
What's that? Oh, okay. It's down $9. I thought that was 9%. It's down. Okay. I didn't need to really see that. It's
has dished out massive bonuses for achieving diversity and environmental goals.
That's really happening.
Top executives raking in a total of $217,000.
There are now financial incentives. So the fact that certain people are getting bonuses if they hit their DEI metrics, or that the CEO in 2023, according to a proxy statement, got $100,000 for achieving the necessary goals.
Wow.
Is he doing it because he's doing the right thing for the business and his fiduciary duty, or is he doing it because he just got a check for $100,000?
DEI started to gain traction after the killing of George Floyd. Corporations came forward and said
Exactly. That's when it started, man. Why? The Dems did it because they ran the media. They made George Floyd blow up, is what happened, dude. Like, it was one thing. Like, do you think nobody's fucking died in the last 4 years? By the police, and it was like questionable? Do you really think that was the case? George Floyd, it was able to blow up. That's why, and they used it. Hopefully it all gets deleted, though.
Going to do diversity. We're going to do this because race needs to be dealt with.
We're going to shop where we're wanted.
She looks white.
Members of the national
dealt with.
We're going to shop.
What is going on? She got sunscreen on?
Where we're wanted. 100 members of the National Action Network joined Reverend Al Sharpton to shop at Costco in support of the company's commitment.
They didn't actually shop there. Nobody spent any money.
This is not a boycott. This is a boycott, where we are buying into companies that are supporting DEI.
None of them. Hopefully, they talk about that. We've seen them before. None of them actually bought anything.
Measures. DEI programs basically prevent us from going backwards to a time when white supremacy and white straight men ruled the law of the land.
I mean, to be fair, they can always go and like later. They probably just wanted to be on TV and follow around Al Sharpton and maybe squeeze his ass or whatever. You know what I mean? So I mean, I can kind of understand. You don't if you have a Costco gift card, you don't even need a membership to use it. It works as a membership temporarily.
So we are trying to prevent that pushback, which is clearly happening in this administration right now.
Recently,
I probably wouldn't want to shop either at that time if the news cameras are there and Al Sharpton's there. You know, I'm not going to do that anyway. But if I were, like, say it was a Republican, it was doing some Republican, I might not want to get something yet, but follow them around to see if they're going to say something when they leave the store or whatever, you know. So I kind of get why they didn't buy anything while he was still there.
McDonald's and Meta have all rolled back their policies. The latest company to ditch DEI is Target.
I think many of them are realizing that these DEI programs were unfair. We find out when it's actually implemented, it's more like discrimination.
A group of shareholders through a conservative think tank asked Costco to drop its diversity, equity, and inclusion policies. The group said the DEI is a financial risk, but Costco's board pushed back, saying its diversity policies help the company attract and retain a wide range of employees and improve service in stores.
I don't know, man. I don't see that much employee turnover at Costco. Honestly, like, are they really hiring that many new people? People that I see there have worked there for like a decade, man. People get a job at Costco and they stay. So I don't think there have actually been that many DEI hires at Costco. At least, I don't know, maybe elsewhere. I mean, they opened up new stores. The new ones that they opened, that's probably where they're all at. The new ones have trannies in them. Let's see if there's the numbers on that. How many work at Costco? Is Costco pretty trans friendly when it comes to hiring? Somebody was asked. This was 7 years ago. I worked on the West Coast and Midwest. I'd be shocked if a hiring manager were that openly bigoted. Why MMB? But if you aren't hired, it isn't because the manager talked it over with the GM and said, I'm uncomfortable with that, with a transgendered. If you're cool, we're hella cool. What? I don't understand it. I've never seen a transgendered person at Costco working. At any Costco, and I've been to multiple of them, so, and this is California. Yeah, I think these people think that Costco is a little more DEI than they actually are. Actually, that's what's happening. Just because Costco says they're DEI doesn't mean they're full of DEI hires. Because they're not. For me, a DEI hire is a minority that's shit at their job. If you're not shit at your job and you're a hard worker, you're not a DEI hire. Just because you're black doesn't make you DEI. You know, just because you're, well, tranny might, because they have a mental illness. That's a DEI hire, actually, a tranny. Because any tranny will be a DEI hire because they're automatically bringing in someone with a mental illness. They know they have a mental illness. What else are they? What other mental illness do they have besides that one? Because they always have comorbid mental illness. They're like the only DEI hires really that Costco would do or would even keep. Probably because anyone else, if you're not productive, they're going to let you go. But they might be scared to fire the tranny. You know, they don't want to get the tranny pushed back. They don't want to have a fucking tranny protest outside.
In studio with me, Lisa Rubin, MSNBC legal correspondent. Walk us through the arguments in this case.
The argument in this case is Marlene Ames, who is the plaintiff or the petitioner here, Chris, said she was discriminated
tired from not smoking,
from the
bro.
moment she got a gay supervisor,
he wakes me up,
everything
apparently.
sort of went wrong for her. First, she was demoted, and then she failed to achieve a different promotion because the people around her were all sharing the same sexual orientation. The justices today at argument didn't seem to buy the idea that there should be one standard for people from majority groups and a different standard in Title VII employment discrimination cases for others. In fact, at one point, Justice Kagan even asked the parties, if you guys all agree, essentially, on the fact that there's the same standard for everyone in terms of what your burden of proof is, why are we even here? It seemed like all of the justices had a sort of consensus after listening to all of the parties that maybe the lower court made a mistake in requiring more from Ms. Ames, but that nobody really wanted to mess with the fundamental test for what it takes to prove employment discrimination.
Kimberly, give us your take on what you heard today and the potential impact if the court sides
congrats,
with the plaintiff.
Mark, 6 days.
Yeah, the
cause you to
impact
do
can
that?
be really immense. I agree with Lisa that this court seems aimed toward ruling in Marlene Ames' favor on this idea that she was discriminated against because she is a straight woman and is not gay. But I think it's important. One thing that I was listening for in the argument that I did not hear is the history of this law, the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which was passed at the height of protests and the civil rights movement aimed to protect the rights of Black people who faced historic discrimination in this country, as well as women, Indigenous people, and others. And it's this Supreme Court that actually extended those protections for gender to include LGBTQ people in the Bostock decision a few years ago. So this seems to be turning all of that on its head. It's okay for justices to look for the reason that a law exists, and that is to stop discrimination against marginalized people. But this is also the court that struck down affirmative action, and the Chief Justice, who frequently likes to say that racial discrimination is always wrong, regardless of which direction, completely turning a blind eye to what is actually happening, you know, long and short of it here, there is no massive LGBTQ discrimination efforts against straight people in this country. It's just not happening. But now lawsuits like this will not only make it harder for more meritorious.
Okay, so it's not. Is it not? Because there are protests of trannies and gays sometimes, and they put off an air that they are better than a cisgendered person, or just than a straight person. Like, they are a higher quality human being than a straight person or a cisgendered person. They're special. Isn't that a form of discrimination? Seems like it.
Meritorious suits that are supposed to be brought under this act, it really gives more fuel to this anti-DEI effort that, as you said, is happening every place from the White House to private employer workplaces across the country right now.
Yeah, you're right, Kimberly.
We all know trannies aren't as good as us because they have a mental disease. If you don't have a mental illness at all, you're probably a better human being than a transgendered person. You're more able to be a productive member of society and giving back, putting into the system, not taking from the system. People with mental illnesses like me, we're like a step down from the people who don't have one. And I'm okay with that. I mean, it sucks. I can't do shit about it. You know what I mean? Whatever.
We know where the president stands on DEI. We know where most of the Republicans in Congress stand on DEI. Now the third branch of government will have its say. Give us some more particulars, because I think for a lot of people, they may have the idea workplace discrimination is tough to prove.
Mark,
anyway.
I'm on disability, dude. What are you talking about? It's not just me that thinks I have a mental illness. What the fuck? Dude, how do you think I live like this? How do you think I'm here every day, man? Why do you think I go off all the time and don't have any friends? I know I have a mental illness. Yeah, no, I don't think. I know.
So will this really have some sort of major impact? But talk about that.
Yeah, so the additional step that the Supreme Court are considering is whether someone who is in a majority group has to show some sort of background circumstance that proves that this is an unusual circumstance in which majority group members are being discriminated against. That's not an extra high bar.
I got such a fucking bad mental illness. My own family won't even talk to me, dude. That's how bad it is.
Court really, some members really embraced it as some sort of unfair bar that people would have to clear, although that's never been the case. People have been able to bring these cases. It has to be on the merits, and that has been going on since 1964. So there's no real evidence of unfairness here other than what is claimed. The plaintiff in this case, her lawsuit was thrown out below by courts who weighed the evidence, but it seemed that the Supreme Court could step in here and really upend the way that employment discrimination has been handled for decades.
If all of cases, Lisa, are going to be judged on their merits, what's a merit? Like, how do you determine that?
Well, the sort of paradigmatic framework for evaluating employment discrimination cases comes under a Supreme Court case called McDonnell Douglas. And it sort of establishes what we call a burden shifting framework. The plaintiff is responsible for proving by a preponderance of the evidence that there's prima facie evidence that they were discriminated against. If they can get over that hurdle, at that point, the burden shifts to the defendant to show that they had a non-discriminatory reason for taking the employment action.
Which is definitely not hard to do, dude. I'm sure that any employer that fires someone, even if they are doing it for discriminatory purposes, it's not that hard to find some things on somebody unless they are the absolute perfect worker. You know what I mean? If you're not the perfect worker, they can fire you.
that they did, and then the plaintiff gets an opportunity
it's that
to rebut
simple,
that
man.
by saying, hey, what you point to as non-discriminatory, that's really pretextual. Your whole aim and design all along was to discriminate against me on the basis of a protected characteristic. If the Supreme Court does the modest thing,
they would have to the whoever fired them or whatever, or their chain of command, would have to have started saying shit about their minority, like, or their special group that they're in. He would have had to been, you know what I mean? They'd have had to start egging them on or poking them about it or something. If they weren't doing that, they can't. You're just getting. Every minority that gets fired is going to say it's because they're being prejudiced against. Because George Floyd, Saint Floyd, they're wearing the little necklace and they're like, "Please save me, save my job."
What they'll say is that test remains in place.
That shit's wearing
regardless
off,
of whether
man.
you're in a majority group or a minority group. One of the things
power
that they were
Floyd
being
is wearing
asked
off.
to do today, even by Ohio, which was theoretically the defendant, was to revise that test. That is an even worse case scenario than Marlene Ames simply winning and having her case go back down to lower court. So you could see some of the more liberal justices start to say to themselves, oh, wait a second, you guys don't really have much of a disagreement here. Why don't we just like close up shop and be done with this?
She's horrible, dude. I can't, dude. Never bring her back on the show. She just sucks to listen to. Sorry, that's why I kept interrupting her. She's a shit fucking guest. All right, next. MSNBC sucks in general, though. Like, just how they cover the news is shit. Oh man, when'd the cat eat? Something ate. Oh, I'm just having Sister T here. I can't keep track of this shit. Hopefully she's having a good day, though. Wait. Oh man. I'm never gonna go see it. Fuck. Where did that go? Alright, well, fair enough. I fucked up on that one. What the hell was I doing? Oh, it's because I moved the camera. God damn it. Whatever. Who knows who the fuck that was? That sucks. Looks like Dom, but I can't tell. Oh no, it's Trident. I think it's Trident right here. Right here. Looks like Trident, doesn't it? Yeah, because there's some white right there too. That's Trident. Put off an air. Oh. House. A hospital? I hope not. I don't know. I think she just doesn't want to be here anymore. I don't think she's coming back. I messaged her back and forth about some stuff, and like I apologized to her about going off. I said, I hope you're having a nice and relaxing day. This is on the 24th, so 2 days ago. Hope you have a nice relaxing day. You deserve it. I'm sorry for being such an idiot. I really don't know why I end up having an explosion every month or so. Maybe I have some sort of male PMS. I put that in asterisks. There's just a lot of crap coming up in life, and I'm not the best at dealing with crap. You deserve better, though. On a side note, the shirt is really sweet with an awesome back graphic. Very thoughtful of you. I'm sorry I didn't open it sooner. Also, thanks for everything you have done to help the community grow as well. We all missed you last night, but I understand your absence. You really are a cornerstone of the community, and it's not the same without you. Thank you for all that you sacrificed for me, the cats, and the community. Have a great day. He responds with, I'm a retard. Fuck off. And you can wipe your ass with a shirt and toss it. I said, I did my part by apologizing. What you do with it is your choice. He said, thanks for your apology. Do you feel better? And then she said, you know what? Your words are powerful because I put value in you. I said, I don't feel better. I'm ashamed that I let my emotions get out of control. I'm most ashamed of how I've hurt you. And then she said, I'm sorry. And that was on the 24th. I guess she's not coming back. I mean, maybe she will. Maybe she's taking time off. I've done what I can do, though. I got a mental illness, dude, and I'm not used to having friends. And I'm most used to shit like this happening, where I had a friend. I'm used to this. So, I mean, I'm in my mid-40s, man, and this has been going on for a while. So, it sucks. It does suck. And it hurts. It's sad. And I'm like... I'm fucking sad about it, but I can't do anything about it now. It's too late. I've already done what I did. Not good at dealing with stress, man. Oh, and I didn't smoke weed. That was the first day not smoking. So that definitely compounded it. Could eat more of that food. I don't want to go out there. It's probably alright to eat still. It looks alright. A little crunchy. If I see another cat out there, I'll take some more food.
breaking news. Governor Gavin Newsom is weighing in on the fate of Eric and Lyle Menendez. The brothers are facing life sentences for murdering their parents. Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for joining us. I'm Annabelle Sedano. The governor ordered an investigation to determine if the brothers would pose a public safety risk should they be released from prison. NBC4's Brittany Hope is live in the newsroom with these new details. Brittany.
Well, this is part of the brothers' applications to have their sentences commuted. Newsom says it will be up to the Board of Parole to answer one question: would the public be safe if the men are given their freedom?
This process simply provides more.
They don't know, though. They won't know. Those people have been in fucking prison for 30 years. You think they're the same people as they were when they went in? You think they're all loving and compassionate and good people? They thought they were going to spend the rest of their life in prison. They're changed. They're not like, if they were even sweet boys, they killed their fucking parents. But if their parents were molesting them and that's why they did it, when they were actually sweet boys and whatever, they're not the same people that they were 30 years ago, dude. You could spend a month in jail and come out a different person. It takes about a week to reacclimate to the real world. I can't even imagine being in that long.
Which I think is important in this case, as well as provides us more due diligence before I make any determination.
They're sweet boys now.
The road to Eric and Lyle's potential release is still a long one. The governor says everything in that investigation will be given to the judge and to District Attorney Hochman. Hochman now says he opposes any retrial for the brothers, but is still weighing his recommendation on a resentencing. Meanwhile, many of the brothers' relatives have been advocating for their release. Their cousin posted on Instagram this morning after Newsom's announcement.
It is not a guarantee. Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
Deputies called to investigate a murder during the immigration crackdown in Colony Ridge.
Liberty County Sheriff's Office says it arrested Luis Miguel Perez with the help of ICE. They say he's affiliated with the recently designated foreign terrorist organization MS-13. He's been deported from the country 5 times and has an active assault charge out of Maryland. And now he's accused of murdering a man, possibly a roommate, on a small rural road near Plum Grove.
Now, that is a short distance from Colony Ridge, where ICE says 118 people were arrested yesterday. When our Pugilodia was there yesterday, she saw a lot of activity, including several people being pulled over. Today, though, a much different sight. It was a ghost town. Puja reporting from the area.
We should start caning people like Singapore. Actually, you come into our country once and we kick you out. Okay, you just get kicked out. You come in again, 5 caning slaps on the butt or back or whatever they did to that kid that spit his gum out in Singapore when I was in elementary school. You know what I mean? Oh, you're here a 3rd time? Well, that's 10 whacks. Oh, you're here a 4th time? That's 20 whacks. Motherfucker. You're here a 5th time? 50 whacks. You know what I mean? Just keep increasing the whacks, dude. Eventually, they'll stop coming because they're like, man, I want to get caught again. Fuck, last time it fucked me up. I was hurt for a month.
Again tonight, working to
bring back
impact of the operation.
We have been to multiple businesses today. A beauty shop, a supermarket, a cell phone store. All of them were empty with no customers at all. We also haven't seen any law enforcement out here today.
Empty. That dude's done killed somebody now.
The streets are silent.
An American citizen.
Businesses deserted, tables and chairs vacant. Socorro Cuevas hasn't had a customer all morning. Her employees didn't show up either. They don't come, I don't sell anything. No money, no business. This is my livelihood.
This is awesome.
You got Mexican Coke? I will have to sell it because I am scared.
Bro, if you're fucking out here buying Mexican Coke, you're a traitor.
Cuevas Celeste Taqueria has been here in Colony Ridge for 2 years. Yesterday was Socorro's day off. Ordinary until she got a call from her husband. Federal and state agents were everywhere.
You out here buying tequila? You're a traitor. You out here buying anything that's specifically made in Mexico? You know what I'm saying? It's like a Mexican thing. Like, you can only get it because Mexico makes it. If you're doing that, you're a fucking traitor, dude. If you buy a car that's made in Mexico, I get that. Like, a lot of American vehicles are made down there and shit. I get that shit, but when you're talking about a product that's specifically made in Mexico only, it's a Mexican thing. Mexico is known for it. If you're buying that, you're a traitor.
She said at the time,
Y le dije yo, pues cierra el camión.
I told him to shut down the truck and lock himself in. ICE reports the arrest of a man they call an MS-13 gang member who had been previously deported. According to ICE, 118 people have been arrested, but the agency hasn't answered our questions about whether those arrested were in the country illegally or how they were targeted. Without providing evidence, the agency posted on social media that the area is known for cartel activity and a population that is here illegally.
Porque me da miedo que...
I'm scared and afraid. People across the country have criticized what they call a poor response to illegal immigration here in Colony Ridge for years. But without more information, it's hard to tell what this operation has accomplished. But today, one impact is clear: fear in these quiet streets and businesses.
Si yo vivo de esto y no hay nada, no puedo estar aquí nada más.
This is how I make my money. But if there's no money, I can't support myself.
You don't know English?
We have reached out to both state and federal officials to try to find out more about this operation. Is it over at this point, and are there more planned like it? We've not received any responses to our questions. Pooja Lodia, ABC 13 Eyewitness News.
Ow! Need a guitar riff to that or something, don't we? We can make something out of that. First measles death reported in West Texas.
And breaking news back here at home now.
Dude, where do you think it came from?
In Texas, where health officials have confirmed the first death from measles during a
It's just in a state that borders Mexico.
Have now been identified
Probably not,
mostly
right?
in West Texas. Babies, children, and teens make up 101 of these infections. Nearly all were either unvaccinated or hadn't received their second shot. I'm going to bring in Dr.
Interesting.
Gupta, pulmonologist,
Are they migrants?
and MSNBC medical contributor. So, Dr. Gupta, first, just a reaction to now there's death.
Anna, I unfortunately I'm not surprised. And this is a
Remember, like a year ago, there was a bunch of wasn't there a measles outbreak at a migrant shelter? Like 2 of them. Remember that? Where's my Petrus Farm guy at, man? Fuck.
a tragic set of circumstances because we know that measles is very preventable. The vaccine, 97% effective, the 2-dose regimen at preventing this from happening. So this is a tragedy across the board. In terms of what your viewership needs to know, 9 in 10 people that get exposed to somebody with measles, so say a child that's has measles, say in West Texas, if they're surrounded by other unprotected, unvaccinated children, 9 out of 10 of them, it is estimated, will actually get exposed and infected as well. That's that contagious. We also know, Anna, from historical data, about 1 in 4 unvaccinated children that are infected will end up in the hospital. That is a very, very serious number. And there's major complications, severe pneumonia, encephalitis.
I don't think it's Americans that aren't vaccinated.
So this is extremely serious.
They're not
I worry that this might be the beginning of more.
MSNBC, of course, they're not going to say it.
In vaccinations. Well, now Lubbock's director of public health reporting after seeing more unvaccinated children and families that didn't believe in vaccines. They are now seeing those families getting vaccinated because of the numbers that
are they trying trying to sell the COVID vaccine to people now? Dude, I bet this is mostly migrants who are coming here unvaccinated, who don't have our same protocols with newborns and the vaccination schedule that we do. That's why this is happening, man. Americans are giving their kids measles shots, aren't they? I don't know. I feel like they are
growing this outbreak. Is it common, do you think, for these types of outbreaks to trigger people's newfound belief in the vaccine?
You know, fear is actually very motivating. We saw this in the peak of the pandemic in places that saw hospital surges, not just in the United States, but elsewhere.
See? How did I know they were going to draw COVID into this?
And actually compel people to go and get vaccinated. And so, yes, fear does motivate. Unfortunately, if it's very proximal, it's even more motivating. So, yes, we should see more of the uptake of the vaccine, which is great because even one dose is 93% effective, and that works relatively quickly. So vaccination, even acutely in the setting of an outbreak, can be helpful.
Well, I'm so glad you told us how contagious it is for those who are watching and were concerned about the vaccine, to know just how deadly it could be to not be vaccinated, especially with measles on the rise. Thank you very much, Dr. Vin Gupta.
I'm going to look more into this. First measles death. The school-aged child had been hospitalized and died Tuesday night amid the widespread outbreak, Texas' largest in nearly 30 years. Since it began last month, a rash of 124 cases has erupted across 9 counties. And they're blaming Robert F. Kennedy right now. AP, of course. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the nation's top health official and a vaccine critic, said Wednesday that the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services is watching cases, and to put it in quotation marks, watching. Though he did not provide specifics on how the federal agency is assisting, he dismissed Texas' outbreak as not unusual during a Wednesday meeting of Donald Trump cabinet members. We're following the measles epidemic every day, Kennedy said in response to the reporters' questions about the child's death. The health secretary also appeared to misspeak at the meeting, saying 2 people had died at the disease. The spokesman for the federal agency later clarified the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention identified only 1 death. The federal government is providing vaccines as well as technical and laboratory support in West Texas, but the state health department is leading the response, said Andrew Nixon, the Texas governor. Greg Abbott said through a spokesman that his office is in regular communication. Health department, area, blah, blah. Virus is largely spread among rural oil rig dotted towns in West Texas, with cases concentrated in a close-knit, under-vaccinated Mennonite community. Oh, Mennonite. I mean, that's different. Dude, those people were like Amish people, right? How did they get it, though? It didn't just... The fucking migrants brought it here, dude. And they're blaming the Mennonites, is what's happening. When it's actually it didn't just happen. If we had herd immunity to measles until we let our border get flooded with tons of unvaccinated people, dude. And they're going to blame it on the Trump administration. Gaines County, which has reported 80 cases so far, has a strong homeschooling and private school community. It is also home to one of the highest rates of school-age children in Texas who have opted out of at least one required vaccine, with nearly 14% skipping a required dose last school year. Measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine. Hey, dude, I remember getting that one, and we all had to get that thing, dude, in middle school. Y'all remember that? No, I was in middle school. Remember that shit? It was, I think it was the second shot for it. We were like having a rebellion outbreak or something in Tennessee, I think. So they freaked out, and they gave it to us at school. Did they do that to any of y'all? Did y'all get that too, or was it just a Tennessee thing? Do you remember getting a MMR shot in school when you were a kid? Anyway. No. Oh. Maybe that was my third shot for it. I wonder if they were just making sure that we all had the second shot, maybe. It's recommended for children aged 12 and 15 months old for the first shot, with the second coming 4 to 6. Yeah, man, they must have given us like a third shot. Interesting. I probably got a fourth one when I went to boot camp too. You know, they get like 7 different shots in boot camp on the day that you get physically qualled. And I shot one of them's bicillin shot in the ass. It's like, bro, that stuff's so thick. It's like they inject you with Vaseline. Hurts like hell. And then right after that, they're allowed to make us exercise because we've been physically qualified. And I remember our laundry showed up that night. It had been washed, and they made us do this thing to where we had to run to it over and over and over. Dude, we could barely even walk, dude. They said that it was supposed to help it move out of our butt and like get into our system by making us exert ourselves and move. It was torture, man. If you've ever gotten a bicillin shot in the ass, you know what I'm talking about. Vaccination rates have declined nationwide since the COVID-19 pandemic, and most states are below the 95% vaccination threshold for kindergartners, the level needed to protect communities against measles outbreaks. Oh, what a perfect storm, man. COVID makes everybody leery, and then we flood our border with a bunch of unvaccinated people who actually have measles. Because it wouldn't have just showed up here like that. They brought it. Why isn't anybody talking about how the migrants brought it? Because they can't prove it? I mean, it's kind of obvious when Texas is the largest outbreak in the country, isn't it? There it is. It is right there. I found it. In early 1991, a large rubella outbreak in Tennessee Amish community that had experienced no rubella for 17 years afforded an opportunity to see. I think this might be it. We're in 92. Might be it. Interesting. Mm-hmm. The U.S. had considered measles eliminated in 2000, which meant there had been a halt and continuous spread of the disease for at least a year. Measles cases rose in 2024, including a Chicago outbreak that sickened more than 60. And that was it. That was the one, right? There it is. There it is, baby. I gotta pee. But they didn't mention this. All they did was hyperlink it. Look. They didn't mention that it was at a migrant. All it said was it was in Chicago, and you had to actually click on the hyperlink to see that it was migrants. Yeah, because they don't want us to think about that. Oh, sweet pea. And Massey. And Massey. Massey. You're all comfortable in it too. What are you doing? What are you doing? Leans into it like, you're gonna pick me up, you gotta try harder than that. Oh, look at my leg now, going to sleep. Meat prices are near record levels. Oh shit, for real? I'm glad about 3 pounds of ground beef last time I was at Costco. I'm ready for the meat Armageddon.
On his California cattle ranch.
I rarely eat meat like that, like a big old pound. I might make spaghetti or something every now and then. I never have steaks because they're too expensive already. But like, this isn't going to really affect me too much. I don't know. Maybe products that have meat in them will start going up in price. That won't be good, will it? Why is meat? There's some illness probably killing cattle now.
Come on, girls.
Kevin Kester says he's just trying to stay afloat.
China, dude. What are they doing to us?
Is the cost of doing business.
The fifth-generation rancher now operates with half the cattle he used to have.
The lifeblood of your family essentially runs.
I feel like
this herd.
We're being infiltrated, and our livestock is being like they're giving them illnesses. It seems like it, man. Doesn't it? How you doing, Kirby? Wrestling now.
This is our lifeline. We don't have anything else.
He'd love to rebuild his herd, but says he loses too many cows to drought. Now Kester and ranchers nationwide are caught in a supply and demand struggle, driving beef prices up. The contributing causes converging. The industry facing rising interest rates, high grain prices, and a shrinking U.S. cattle inventory, the smallest it's been since 1951.
Ranchers and cattle processors are facing really high costs to do business right now, and so
Why?
that means the beef that we buy
Why
at the
is
grocery
grain
store
so
is
high?
ultimately going to be more expensive.
Popular cuts like USDA sirloin steaks now near record highs. Ground beef as well, selling for 43% more than 5 years ago.
Dude, do y'all buy steaks? Are y'all rich enough to? I bet Bill buys steaks all the time, dude. I bet Bill has a steak once a week at least. Fuck you, Bill. Are you here?
This on top of the increase in egg prices hitting consumers due to the avian
I haven't
flu.
had a steak
The
in
average price
like
of
a
eggs
year,
up
probably.
53% compared to a year ago.
I like steaks.
Back on the ranch, Kester says they've weathered storms before, but this one hits different.
I'm optimistic about the future, but it's going to take a lot of hard work.
You buy 80? You do that? You mean you're rich too? I got some rich viewers, man.
This one hits different.
I'm optimistic about the future, but it's going to take a lot of hard work in order to make our business, our family operations successful for the future generations.
And tonight, relief could be a ways off for both consumers and ranchers, with experts saying it's not going to take months but years before herds nationwide can grow to where they can better meet demand. Lester?
Thanks for watching. Stay on.
I don't like how he said that. Fucker. Was happy almost. Meet demand. I need more like sadness or something, man. What the fuck? Don't you like meat, buddy? Oh, never mind. It's NBC. Mark Brown was there. This is my favorite news station, the Straight Arrow News. They had more. They're growing though. It seems they're growing. I'm looking at their thumbnail. That's why I call them out. This is my favorite drinker.
Hello everyone, I'm Jake back for another review. Just a bit of a message to Mr. Liquid
Seabass.
Mr. Based. What?
Kick his ass, Seabass! What movie? What movie? $1,000 on the line here. Boom, 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 boom. Mark Hopper for the win.
Whatever that is. Mr. Based. Whatever that is.
What?
To
Why is he talking about Mr. Based, dude? Hold up. Oh no. Is Mr. Based in his comments?
Liquid Mr. Based. Just a bit of a message to Mr. Liquid Mr. Based.
Liquid
Whatever
Mr.
that
Based?
is.
Oh, Liquid Mr. Based.
Because I know it's a fake account. A troll account, anyway.
Well, this is better than I thought it was going to
You
be.
do know showing products on a YouTube channel isn't against the rules of YouTube. You don't get copyright claims if you show a product in a review. That's how a review works. You gotta show the product in a review. Meaning, you want people to know what they're buying or getting. What the company is selling. So, onto the review. This one's the...
I was gonna say this guy needs a manager or something, but and honestly, he's perfect. That's why he's got so many people coming here, because they're like, oh my, what's it gonna be next time? Bango, baby.
Yeah, I know, to you guys it would be new, but they had this before when they had Straw-Bingo Margarita, but they took the margarita off, see? And just left the Straw-Bingo. It might be permanent, though. You also might see it in stores, but let's see if it'll have that Straw-Bingo flavor. It's supposed to have strawberry and mango flavor together.
Where's the Bang come from? Oh, is it Bang energy drink?
There's 200 milligrams of caffeine.
That's not Bang.
You guys already know the nutritional facts for each dose.
You guys already know
I don't
them.
have to go over those.
You know. We're gonna give you one of these you can.
I'm just gonna do half in the Ohio State cup. I taste the strawberry first.
Browser not supported.
Clear color.
And
technically you are getting that ghost flavor, that
ghost flavor,
strawberry and mango flavor. I can't confirm it yet. May have chugged the rest of that half.
What? You gotta chug it to be able to taste it?
Go back from the can.
This guy's straight addicted to these things.
Mm-hmm. Strawberry and mango together. You can tell. Plus it says it right here. Reason why they got rid of the margarita part? On the drink, there was a hint of lime and salt in it. That's basically why they decided to get rid of the Straw-Bingo Margarita name. Just went with Straw-Bingo.
Yep.
due to the fact I like this better than the Strabango margarita. I think I would give this one
8.5.
a solid, how about a 9.4 out of 10.
Dang it.
On this one. I think the Ghost did a good job.
Oh, well. I thought I was connected.
What that means on Ghost doing a good job, my mom would like this flavor too, better than the Ghost Strabango Margarita energy drink. She said she liked the Ghost Strabango Margarita. But let me know in the comments if she would like this more than the Strabango Margarita. Because I think it's quite possible she might like it. Excuse me. Excuse me. It's also a medium to medium high carbonation, not just a high flavor profile. That's a good flavor to be exact. And if it's out again, if it's out in more stores, and I hope it will be out in more stores, I would stock up on it to get it.
Stock up on it.
Best means for some money instead of using my excuse me. Instead of using my excuse me again. Excuse me. Sorry guys. I keep interrupting myself with the belch. But as I was saying, I could consult with best payments, so that way I can stock up on Ghost Strabango energy drink. And if possible, C4 here and there. But 9.4 is my score. But I do have other energy drinks for you guys, not just the Odyssey Elixir, not just the Odyssey 222 drinks. So you'd have to say
Dude,
that.
I did. Just right now, my mailman was here and he scanned something out here, and they didn't let him give it to me. I heard he's scanning it and it beeps, beep, and it did some extra beeping, like beep, beep, beep. Apparently, he scanned it at the wrong house because I saw the package still in his hand, and he walked down, and then I heard it. I heard it do it again at the neighbor's house, so we scanned it again to give it to him because he was giving it to the wrong house, right? I had my medication stolen, narcotics stolen, by either my neighbors, remember when that happened, or the postman. And they're like, well, it's impossible for the postman to scan it. You don't understand. We share the same porch. It's not impossible for him to scan it here. It looks like he's at the right place. And it was signed for too. It had like a J and an O on it or something. I remember I like made a big deal out of it. I went to the post office because I had to tell the VA about it, you know? Like it was a major pain in the ass having to explain to them that no, I didn't just take a whole month's supply of those at once. I'm not like they actually got stolen. I think yeah. So I just thought about that. And with his dysfunction, I didn't know they were as dysfunctional as they are when I first moved in here. When that happened, now that I know how dysfunctional they are, they probably took it. Because he's a DJ or some shit too. They're probably over there high as shit.
Then I do have the new
forgot about that, dude.
thing, sour ropes.
I thought that they had taken it then too.
And the new C4 Cherry Bomb Frost, as well as, well, the two that I just named off got from Kroger. I also have Black Rifle Energy Project Mango. I also have 4 new energy drinks from Aldi under their Summit
Why am I losing
brand.
viewers? Y'all don't want to watch the retarded guy with me?
One's Red Thunder Watermelon. And there's 2 flavors of all that Aldi has.
Dude, do you think Sister T is actually slow like this and that's why she took offense to it? And that's why she's saying that this is like her brother? I know she had like an aneurysm or something a long time ago, a while back, and she said it affected her. I don't know if it would be possible for this guy to have the conversations that Sister T has, though. I know, Ray, I was talking about that too. Like, why are there so many energy drinks? Just like, why are there so many different whiskeys? There's so many just shit whiskeys out there that don't need to exist. The same thing with these energy drinks. It's as if they need to get rid of the chemicals somehow. So they make us drink them, like they do fluoride. We gotta do something with all these extra chemicals. Let's make drinks out of it. They'll drink it. It gets them a little high. They'll drink it. Yeah.
Beach waves, and as well as tropical waves. Looks like they're going for pre-workout, but that one's...
Because fluoride is actually a waste byproduct of aluminum production. I mean, what if some of this other stuff that they're putting in these things is a byproduct? Miss Bongo! Hey, our first female for the day.
4 new flavors.
I don't even drink them. Like, I guess a lot of people drink those things. Huntington Park City Hall, mayor's home raided by authorities.
Mayor's home and also City Hall being raided in Huntington Park.
I'll look and see who he is. Is it a DEI hire?
Yeah, Glenn and Lou, what you were just looking at is one of the authorities that's here. Part of
Is
this
it?
raid here at the Huntington Park City Hall.
Oh my god! I'm so happy. I'm so happy. It's not just a minority, it's a female minority. Huntington Park. Is this her? Oh, please let it be her. It's gotta be her, right? It's the first picture. Is it this guy? Who is it?
I need to know. Oh, is it? Is it Mayor Katrina?
Oh, it is Mayor, baby. It's that chick. Let's see. Is she the first? Is she the first of something? Yeah. Where is it? Oh, she's got to be the first something. Oh, so proud of her. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. It's got to be. I'm getting too excited. First, come on, let it be first. Oh, they're not saying she was the first at anything. Come on, man. She's got to be the first one of her types to do that. First, what is she? The race. Let's see what her race is. No. Ethnicity. Oh, she got Woman of the Year. Was this year? Last year? That's her. Huntington Park Mayor Woman of the Year. For what? For LA County. She made Woman of the Year for LA County. Last year. DEI'd out of their minds. Got a management essential certificate from Harvard Business School. Was she what is the word? What is the word for where they she gets in because she's black? She gets into the college because what was that? I forget what it's called now. Perhaps she was one of those. We'll never know. We'll never know what her grades were looking like. So what is she being charged with? What are they thinking?
Now, according to authorities, this is part of some sort of corruption probe. City Hall, as well as a couple of the residents from city officials, have been raided under suspicion of corruption. Now, according to the LA City Times, this is part of some investigation into funds that were being used for a regional aquatics center. And from right now, what we've seen one official that's here in the suit as well.
Is that another DEI hire?
That have gone into the building
here.
Yet. That's about as far as what we can see at this point. We're waiting further information into the raid that's happening here at Huntington Park City Hall. And of course, if we get more information, we'll pass that along. In Sky 5, I'm Rich Prickett. Send it back to you.
It's all falling apart for them, dude. All their DEI hires are fucking stupid. They really thought they were doing something by putting a black person in office everywhere, didn't they? Or like a minority. We need more minorities. What's crazy is these people were voted in. Right. Well, she was voted in for the first time in 2013, but the second time right after George Floyd. I didn't see what did it say she was first? Oh, she was elected to the city council in 2013. That's way different. I mean, like they have a vote. They're not the mayor though. See, they took it too far. You should we should allow minorities to have a voice, right? Of course, they could be council members, but mayor, probably not. Probably shouldn't do that.
Look at how their country is doing, where they came from. Look at what their ancestors did for themselves. Maybe can we do that? Is that racist? To care about because they definitely do it to white people. They're always bringing up what the fuck white people did in the past with us taking over countries and shit and making them better. You know? I mean, look at Africa. Imagine where Africa would be if white people would have never went to it. They would still be living in mud huts with no running water, no plumbing. They would be killing each other. AIDS would be rampant. Their babies would all be dying. Trump shares AI video of vision for Gaza. Wait, I have to do it like this. This music, though. What the fuck, dude? It's trannies. Wow, it could look like that, huh? But Trump Gaza. Why is he gonna put his name on everything? No, man. He's gonna call the gold card the Trump gold card. Oh, Gazans react to it.
Trump Gaza is finally here. Trump Gaza shining bright. Golden future, a brand new
فجأة بفتح على الجوال بلقى أخونا ترامب رئيس الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية نزل فيديو إنه بده يعمر غزة بعد تأهيل أهلها. فإحنا بنطلب منه يعني ليش يرحل أهلها؟ ما يجي يعمر ويلكم، يجي يعمر غزة بأهلها. أهلها بعمروها، يدفع أموال ويظبطوا ويحررونا من الاحتلال إحنا.
Its people can rebuild it. Wait, what did that say? Do you see what the fuck that says? He can pay money, fix things, and free us from this occupation. He can. You mean you want America to rebuild your shithole for you? You want us to rebuild it for you because you care about us so much, and you would do the same for us, right?
قصة التهجير هاي يعني الشعب الفلسطيني من ال 48 هم بيحاولوا يهجروا فيه ويشردوا فيه، وهذا شعب متمسك في أرضه في وطنه، لأنه هذه أرض الآباء والأجداد وأرض يعني الرسالات.
Yeah, but it's the land of the Jews' great grandfathers. So, I mean, what about that? The Blessed Alaska Mosque. This is the land in which the Blessed Alaska Mosque. What about the Western Wall? You know, it's not just mosques, and the Western Wall was there first, asshole. What the fuck?
وهذه أرض فيها اللي هو المسجد الأقصى المبارك. إحنا بنرفض أي عملية أو أي تفكير في التهجير.
Which is it's the old Jewish temple. The Israelite temple, right, was there first, before they were there. So those who want to come and provide assistance to Gaza and rebuild Gaza, we say, welcome to Gaza. Do these people actually think that America wants to rebuild their country for them? They do realize who funded all those bombs, right? Or helped supply them, right? The Predator drone. I know we probably gave them a Predator drone. I know Germany gave them one, but we probably gave them one too. The one who is saying those words referring to Trump, if we say to him, leave your land, would he be happy? Trump or others or foreigners, would they be happy by their own displacement? Okay, well, let's think about this. Be different. It'd definitely be different. Well, here comes Dom. Like, if all of a sudden Mexicans were trying to displace us, they would lose. I'll be right back.
صوت لتهجيره مش هيكون مبسوط لانه ارضه مسقط راسه وبني ادم يعني انا عشت في غزه انا الحين لما انا بدي اروح على مصر هعيش بقيه حياتي انا مظلوم وغريب.
الفيديو الذي تم عرضه وتداوله في وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي، أنا مع إنه غزة تتحول من المرحلة الحالية إلى مرحلة ثانية، تكون مرحلة جميلة يتم إعمارها بشكل دائم وما نتعرضش لأي حروب أو أي دمار، ويعيش أهلها بأمان. ودائما بحكي هالكلمة وبرددها إنه غزة جميلة بأهلها.
Hey, jabba jabba jabba. Hi, sweet kitty. Hey, sweet kitty. I don't know what she can smell. Can you hear me? There it goes. Oh, John was hungry. I could tell by how he was trotting over here. I saw him coming from the neighbor's house driveway. Oh yeah, he is munching. That wasn't going to be enough for him. That was on that plate. Not even. Not even. I'm about to go out there in the next 5 minutes. I was like, I don't know what I was saying. Of course he's going to eat it all. Oh well. Get up again. She's getting really comfortable too. You can't tell. She like does this with her arms and puts them around my leg. And with her neck all like, give my leg a hug.
Supreme Court to overturn.
Ooh, let's hear Democrats whining.
Speak up, to use their voices, to do it constructively, to not retreat. This is a moment to make your voices heard.
Some extreme members of the Michigan legislature are asking the U.S. Supreme Court to overturn marriage equality. Here's my response to that. Hell no.
What does that
I'm
mean?
here to say New York hasn't labored.
What the hell's marriage equality? Hold up. Marriage equality. Gay marriage. Oh, there's a push for the Supreme Court to overturn gay marriage. And Dom must have parasites again. I just realized I need to give him another flea med too. I don't want to waste it though. Sometimes when he does this, he'll come right back out and eat. Other times, I'll put food after he goes back under and he'll just go nap for the rest of the afternoon. I don't want to waste the pill. And shoot, what do I do?
Under a king in over 250 years. And we sure as hell are not going to start now.
My oath is to the Constitution of our state and of our country.
I think
we don't have kings in America.
I need him to be super hungry if I'm going to put, like, it needs to be like a first of the morning thing, so then I know for sure. Dude, I don't know how the hell I'm going to get another flea medicine in him, actually, so I should probably stop thinking about it.
And I don't intend to bend the knee to one.
He doesn't show up first thing anymore.
Your fear and your silence and your compliance. Democracy requires your courage.
They are right now and will continue to be some of the most essential and trusted voices of dissent and opposition in this brand new era. Governors, Democratic governors in state houses all across the country. It'll be up to them largely and others to continue to give voice to the American people who see something profoundly wrong with what is happening, not just in these first few weeks, but most likely over the next 4 years. It's a privilege to bring in Democratic Governor J.B. Pritzker of Illinois. Thank you so much for being here.
Hi, Nicole.
We played a whole bunch of your State of the State address. I want to play one more piece of sound before we jump into this.
If you think I'm overreacting and sounding the alarm too soon, consider this. It took the Nazis 1 month, 3 weeks, 2 days, 8 hours, and 40 minutes to dismantle a constitutional republic. And all I'm saying is that when the 5-alarm fire starts to burn, every good person better be ready to man a post with a bucket of water if you want to stop it from raging out of control.
Yours is an assessment I've heard from former senior national security officials, but only privately, and you're the only one to say it publicly. Say more about your decision to do that.
Well, I should start by saying that my family escaped the pogroms in the Ukraine in the 1880s, and it was when the Russians were coming to kill Jews. And this country, the United States, provided us with the security, safety, opportunity to, well, just to live. And of course, I should point out that it was a public school that gave my great-grandfather an education, and a public service, a public health agency that gave them a place to live. And so I am very grateful to be an American and believe very much in protecting all the rights of the American people. I also built a Holocaust museum with Holocaust survivors here, and I can tell you that in 1933 and 1934, the German Constitutional Republic was converted into a dictatorship in a very short period of time. And, anybody who walks through a Holocaust museum and sees the chronology can see that when rights get taken away, when, the services to people are diminished, when all of a sudden we're favoring one group of people over another, that's a danger.
Oh, you mean like trannies and gay people? How we favor them over straight people? Or is that different? Or how we favor black people? DEI, how we favor minorities over white people. That's not the same, though? Oh, please explain.
We ought to all pay attention to. I'm seeing that in this country right now, and I needed to speak up. I needed people to hear that.
Well, because they're the minority.
That, we're seeing
can't be racist.
Gradually
they can't be racist,
an understanding
right?
that we've got to speak up. People need to show up and speak out.
What is it like to be a Democratic leader in a moment where the people, the only people standing up for the rule of law in terms of elected officials and the Constitution and rights, basically equal rights, are Democratic leaders?
Yeah. I'm concerned.
Food out. I'll be back.
People need to speak up now. It's not later. There needs to be a wake-up call. And I do see, you played some.
I'll take some more food out. Why do you come to the door every fucking time? It's not going to change. Gee.
Some of the video and clips from other governors, but it's the people that they represent that are speaking out, showing up at town hall meetings that are going to make the biggest difference. Meanwhile, you need to see Democratic leadership on this subject. And by the way, Republican leadership, there are plenty of Republicans out there that do not agree with what's going on in Washington, D.C. Now, the elected representatives in Washington who are Republicans are apparently too afraid to say in public what they say in private. They know that Donald Trump is off in the wrong direction. They're just afraid. They're afraid to lose their elections. Democrats shouldn't be afraid. We've got to speak up right now.
Can Democrats protect the rule of law in America by themselves?
You know, it's going to take the judges who are hearing these cases in court. It's going to take Democrats taking those cases to court. It's going to take average folks out there showing up and protesting. Remember what's happening, and you've been talking about this on the program, what's happening to the federal agencies. Now, that's not necessarily a matter of rights as we would refer to them, but, you know, when you lose the ability to see the person, you know, when you're a veteran, to see the therapist that you've seen for the entire time you've been under therapy as a result of the fact that you've served in a war and just need a little bit of help. When you lose that, when you lose, as is happening in my state, we're losing our meat and poultry inspectors. Remember, if you are in the meat and poultry industry, you're trying to sell your goods. You can't sell them if nobody's inspecting them. And by the way, when you go to the grocery store and your prices go up because the supply chain is broken, or when there's contaminated meat or poultry on the shelves because we don't have any more inspectors, those are the rights. Those are the things that people expect to see, and they're not seeing them. And again, we've got to do so much more to speak up and let everybody know across the country that what Elon Musk and Donald Trump are doing is wrong for them, bad for working class and working families across the United States, and bad for the most vulnerable people.
I like to always stipulate that it is not the Democratic Party's fault that we are here, but my old party has collapsed onto itself. You have former doctors like Senator Cassidy voting for RFK Jr. You have former prosecutors voting for folks who are not coy about their disdain for the rule of law. So I just want to put that out as pretext. But I went back and I watched your speech and a bunch of other addresses from the Democratic Convention, including Adam Kinzinger's, and all of the things that you and Republicans warned would come to pass have come to pass. Why do you think those warnings didn't sink in the time frame of an election?
You know, you got to remember that the things that I'm speaking out about now, about, you know, the threat to our democracy, this is not a message to win elections on. It's something people need to know. They need to know that that's happening. But, you know, if you talk to 100 people, knock on 100 doors, and I've knocked on an awful lot of doors running for office, and you say to people, you know, democracy is at risk, nobody knows what that looks like. They've never experienced it before. Yeah. And the reality is what people need to hear about is what the effects of that are. The prices at the grocery store are going up because democracy is being taken away. The impact on you in terms of your health care, 770,000 people in Illinois will lose health care as a result of what Donald Trump and Elon Musk and the Republican Congress
How many of them are migrants?
Right now. It's a danger to your way of life. And that's what people need to understand. It's all about affordability. It's all about how you can, you know, make it just a little bit easier for people every single day to live their lives, and they're taking that away from you. That is what it's like to have democracy taken away. So those are, you know, we need to bifurcate between educating people about democracy being taken away and talking to people about what the message ought to be about why they need to vote for Democrats.
It's so interesting. I mean, you're right. That is sort of the linkage.
Sure, a lot of people wish this guy was in a wheelchair.
Maybe missing, and frankly, it's on the media as well. I wonder if you have any insights about what your constituents are going through that could inform the debates in Washington or the coverage on shows like this.
Well, you know, I went to visit a Head Start program in the suburbs here, suburbs of Chicago, and they had to lay a few people off as a result of the uncertainty of whether they would see the support from the federal government that they've always received. And when they have to lay people off, that means fewer kids can be in their program. And when fewer kids are in the program, that means their parents who can't go to work because their child can't go to that program. Now, there are layoffs that are occurring, and they're devastating. Layoffs to government workers. But what about the layoffs that are affecting average folks out there that don't work for the government because they can't get child care, because they can't get the services that they need? It's devastating to families across Illinois and across America. And slowly, but surely, I think people are waking up to see it. But all of us, especially in leadership, need to stand up and speak out and, put the red blinking lights, red alert like on Star Trek. We are under attack. We, all of us across the United States, everybody is under attack because they want to take services away. You know why? To provide a massive tax cut for the wealthiest and most powerful people in this country. That just seems wrong, and everybody needs to understand it in order to make sure that that they get the impetus to get up, get out there, show up at your town hall meeting, call 202-224-3121. That's the number for the Capitol, and ask to speak with your congressman's office or your senator's office and tell them, don't take my services away. Don't take away Meals on Wheels. Don't take away Medicaid.
Maybe. What the hell? Huh. Interesting. He was still trying to campaign after that. Guess it didn't work out for him. It's getting loud, bro. Dude. I see. Kind of like how Harris is about to try to do for governor here. DeSantis just got speaking about securing Florida's maritime border. They're going to have more people out in the water. Well, I don't think it's official yet, but everybody's talking about it. I'd be surprised if she doesn't run. I mean, she won California for vice president. You don't think she'll win it? She'll win it. She probably will win it. If she won California for vice president, she'll probably win for governor, which is fucking scary. I think I'll leave then. That'll give me more reason to get the fuck out of here. Yeah, I would. Awesome.
President Trump held his first cabinet meeting of his second term today. It wasn't only for his secretaries. Senior advisor Elon Musk was in the room as well to discuss his cost-cutting crusade, some are calling it.
She was elected.
Details from Washington.
Well, by California, she was. Like, if it was up to California, she'd be president right now. Yeah, she was. Did I say vice president?
A full house for President Trump's first cabinet meeting, with agency heads confirmed and unconfirmed in attendance.
I think you knew what I meant, didn't you?
Put together a great cabinet, and we've had tremendous success.
And while he didn't have a seat at the table, Trump's chief cost cutter, Elon Musk, was still front and center. He says he's confident Doge will find $1 trillion in savings, even though he's faced a lot of opposition.
And taking a lot of flack and getting a lot of death threats. But if we don't do this, America will go bankrupt.
Donald Trump has turned the White House into the Elon Musk show. It's a toxic show. It's a malignant clown show.
President Trump
I can't stand how that
for
fucker
almost
talks.
an hour, with he and his secretaries fielding questions from the press corps on a range of
That dude's
topics,
more
from
whitewashed.
measles to egg
His
prices
parents
and
probably want him to be.
tariffs. On immigration, the president reiterated his plan to sell so-called gold card visas for $5 million each.
And I think it's going to be very treasured. I think it's going to do very well. And we're going to start selling, hopefully, in about 2 weeks.
The president also discussed the war in Ukraine and the push for a peace deal to end the fighting.
I've had very good conversations with President Putin.
Okay, so pretty much the same shit he talks about every day. Okay. Right? He doesn't point. Is a buzzword. Reverse migration has
And a month into
begun.
President Trump's term, some border agents say his executive order on immigration appears to be working. They say migration to the U.S. has significantly slowed. The Department of Homeland Security is also reporting apprehensions have slowed. ABC's Matt Rivers is in Mexico City. Matt, how significant is this slowdown?
It's stunning, Diane. There's no other way to put it, really. The amount of people arriving to the U.S. southwest border has plummeted since the peak months that we saw, let's say, 18 months ago. We did start to see the numbers significantly slow down when President Biden was still in office, thanks to pretty intense restrictions that his administration had put into place. But President Trump taking that even further.
Yeah. But we all know that as soon as he got reelected, or Harris got elected, they would have pulled back on those, and it would have been just as they, you know what I mean? They were just trying to get the vote. They're okay, we'll make the border better. They were going to make it better for 6 months.
Essentially cutting off any chance at applying for asylum at the U.S. southwest border. Also, when you look at the people coming up from the south, you look at the Darien Gap, which is that land bridge between Colombia and Panama. It's a stretch of jungle that anybody wanting to walk from South America to North America must go through. The number of people that the Panamanian government has registered going through that jungle gap has plummeted to the lowest level that we've seen since February of 2021, when we were right in the middle of the pandemic. So by any metric you look at this, people have stopped arriving for the most part at the U.S. southwest border.
Now, you say thousands of migrants are even giving up mid-journey, right? They're already on their way, and then they're going back home before they ever even reach the border. What does that tell you?
Yeah, there were a lot of migrants that had essentially become stuck here in Mexico during the Biden administration. They were waiting for their asylum claims to be processed by using this application on their smartphones that the Biden administration had set up. But Trump basically canceled that, in addition to all the other restrictions he's put into place. And so what we're now seeing is this new phenomenon called reverse migration. Essentially, you've got people from, let's say, Venezuela, Colombia, the two biggest emigration hotspots over the last few years, coming all the way to Mexico, and essentially now looking around at the landscape and saying, you know what, it's not worth it to stay here. I don't want to run the risk of deportation. I know the Trump administration is not going to let me in. Therefore, they're making the very difficult decision to return home. President Trump, whether you like him or not, whether you agree with his policies or not, it has to be said that if his goal here is to curb irregular migration to the United States, he is wildly succeeding at that.
All right, ABC's Matt Rivers in Mexico City. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Meow meow. Meow meow. Amazon eating hardly anything today again. He's eating like 1 can of food a day now. And you notice he's sleeping constantly. Like, since I took him out of my lap, he has been sleeping somewhere else. Seems like a hell of a lot of sleeping. Probably should make an appointment before him next Monday. He's just not losing weight, so I oh. In here right now. Y'all aren't talking. Am I talking? Anybody fucking talking right now? Am I just talking to myself for the past 8 minutes? 5 minutes. I've really let myself fucking go with this shit. I used to not like if chat was this dead, I wouldn't even live stream. So I'm gonna get myself off here right now for the day. You know, thanks for hanging out, y'all. This isn't doing it for me. Y'all can look at cats. How about that? All right. Bye.
meow, 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 meow.
Another one.